In that moment, we were only 15 countries who signed the constitution of FIDE, and the FIDE has grown up until 195 countries. It's really a global dimension now for the FIDE, and I want to congratulate FIDE for this success.
It's very important to be part of the ceremony. It's a historic occasion. It only comes along every century. So we were happy that we were able to take part. In part, we were able to take part because chess has been so much more successful recently, so that 5 years ago we couldn't have come, but now we can.
For 100 years, Marc Nicolai signed this document, and it's a very important moment for Switzerland also to be part of it, and for me, myself also, of course. And I think FIDE has done a great job 100 years ago now, and has a future where it can also transmit chess in the society, in social work, in other domains, not only in competition. So I think it's a great time to go on, to go for the future.
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.
Hello everyone, and welcome at the FIDE Women's Grand Prix in Tbilisi, Georgia. I'm Keti Tsatsalashvili. This is Valeri Gaprindashvili, and here we are in the last round of the tournament.
So, today we're going to have the decisive games. For sure, And we have, remind me how many leaders we have here.
We
Here
do
are,
have
two of them.
two leaders, and those are Bibisara Assaubayeva and Alina
Who won
Kashlinskaya.
yesterday, right?
They-
Kashlinskaya won 2 games in a row.
She won 2 games in a row. Yesterday was especially quite a dominative game. Then we have Mariya Muzychuk following them very quickly, very closely, together with Stavroula Tsolakidou and Alina Muzychuk. This is the standing before the last round. Let's see what the last round brings us. Well, Alina Kashlinskaya is the leader of the progress of the points by the rounds, obviously, because she is the player who scored lately a lot of points. And today she will face her final opponent, Mariya Muzychuk, with black pieces.
Yes, that will be quite tough game and very interesting. On the same time, Assaubayeva Bibisara is playing against Vaishali. Vaishali, who won the previous round with Nana Dzagnidze, and today with the white colors she will try to do her best against the leader Assaubayeva Bibisara. So today we are a little bit early, right? We start 2 hours earlier, our last round. It's 1 p.m. local time, and we hope that all players will be on time there in the playing venue.
Yeah, that will be for sure. This is the high-level tournament, and of course they don't need the reminder that the last round starts earlier. So let's now take a look at the playing venue and check it out, how many of the players have already arrived. And there we go. This is
We have
Bibisara.
one of the first, as always. It's in the playing venue.
Bibisara, we can see a photographer around her, and on the
we
other
have some more
side,
players here.
we have Sara, Khadem, Alina Kashlinskaya, and Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Yes.
Or maybe that's Anna Muzychuk, actually. There is a refreshment area. The girls can take the coffee there. This is Mariya Muzychuk. She's playing Alina Kashlinskaya today. And another leader of the tournament, Bibisara Assaubayeva, also with black pieces. She will take Vaishali. Right, you have some preparation before
And
the
today,
start.
after the round, we have the closing ceremony right immediately after the last round, sorry. And I hope it will be a great event also, the closing ceremony of this tournament. The tournament, which is Women Grand Prix, I will remind you one more time, this is the first series of the Grand Prix of 2024-2025, where the top 20 women players are participating on the different stages, as they have the 6 tournaments of Grand Prix series, and each of them has to play 3 tournaments, and this is the first tournament which is happening here in Tbilisi.
Yes, the prize fund of the tournament is 80,000 euros, from where the winner gets 18,000 euros and 130 Grand Prix points.
Which is quite big sum of the
to
points.
compare the 10th place in this competition, we'll get 10 points only.
A very big difference.
It sure is. So very important today. In case of the share of the points, they will also share the places. They will also share the Grand Prix points. And this is the start.
So they're sharing
Yes.
the points.
This is the start of the 6 Grand Prix tournaments. Here we have the first one. Each player can play only 3 Grand Prix tournaments, and they are already known in which country they will play. And overall, we have 20 female players joining this circle of FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024-2025. And what is very important, 2 participants from the Grand Prix series will qualify to the candidates tournament.
And they are almost, we have 2 more minutes before the round, and the players are making the final focus of this tournament. It will be a very interesting game, by the way. Bibisara Assaubayeva, who is leading the tournament, of course, she will try her best. And also Vaishali, whose start was quite heavy in this tournament. And now she will try to show up her skills as max as she can. I believe in that. So that will be quite complicated game.
Almost everyone is in the playing venue, ready to start. Here we have Nana Dzagnidze. She will face with black pieces Sarah Khadem, who represents the Spain. Sarah is one of the last participants who joined the players in the playing venue, and just in about 1 minute they will handshake, and we're gonna have the last round starting. Any predictions? How many decisive results today for the last game?
Sorry?
How many decisive results? What do you think?
A very tough question for the final round, a very tough question. I think it could be even the all results there. That has to be one day like that. We never had. In those 8 rounds we already have, we never was the day like with the all decisive results there. So I hope today it will be a day.
Today will
with
be the day.
all decisive results there.
All right, let's see. I have a different opinion about that, as it's a last round. Maybe we're gonna have some more, like 1 or 2 quick draws, but the main boards, basically, they have
Yes,
to
but
fight.
they are so close to each other with the points that I think they will try their best just to get a little bit higher position in the tournament. That's why, I mean, that's just my opinion, but everything could happen, of course. Nobody knows in advance their thoughts. So let's see. Anyway, it should be a very interesting day.
1 minute to go, a few seconds to go, and soon we will have the announcement of the chief arbiter, and the games will start. So focus all of them. I expect them to handshake at the same time, simultaneously. It's always beautiful. I think it's time now.
And here
we have a handshake. The last round has just started at the FIDE Women's Grand Prix, and we have the first moves.
We have first moves that still didn't arrive here on my screen, but we can see on the video. All of them have started. We're missing 1 board.
Yeah, we have 5 boards, but on the screen, including us,
including us, there are 5 boards.
And here we have another board, Bibisara.
Yeah, we're missing Lela Javakhishvili with Muzychuk Anna.
Yeah, for sure they are in the playing venue. Just we have the access for the moment to these cameras. That will be shown soon on the screen as well. The moves have not been transferred to us yet. There we go. We have Anna and Lela as well on the screen. They're playing really fast. And there we go. We are receiving now the pigeon files. Right, soon we're going to have a chance to pop up the board on the screen.
And here we are. I'm already ready for that. So first board, Tsolakidou Stavroula against Kosteniuk Alexandra. Tsolakidou, who was leading the whole tournament, almost the whole tournament, but today she has half an hour less than the leaders group.
Half a point.
Oh, sorry.
Like half an hour less, like she's there.
She's almost there. Half a point. And what we have here? We have c4, e5, English beginning, and then d5, and knight f3, knight c6. It's kind of transposes with the opposite color dragon system, for example, in Sicilian defense. So with the mutual play, Stavroula decided to don't go on the basic theoretical lines. And we can say that she is playing with the opposite color, but with the extra tempo, the Sicilian defense. Second board, Vaishali Assaubayeva Bibisara. Both of them has more than 1.5 hours, and this is quite normal that we know that both of them love to play quickly in the opening. So I'm talking about Vaishali and Assaubayeva Bibisara's game that we don't have on the screen. On the screen we have Kosteniuk, Alexandra, and here we are, we have Vaishali with the Sicilian defense, A6 and H3 line. It's nothing unexpected for now, it will be a mutual play. Next board, Sarasadat against Dzagnidze Nana. Dzagnidze Nana, we know that she lost yesterday, and as I remember, Sarasadat also.
They both lost yesterday, and Nana actually had a good chance to fight for the gold medal even, but after losing yesterday's game, I think her best would be to get top 3 if possible, or to get as much Grand Prix points as possible.
Yes, definitely. So this is Nimzovich system with the E3 line. Here the main move is D5. C5 is also possible. Let's see which one Nana choose. Let's go to the next board, and this is quite a basic line, very well known, and I don't think that any unexpected things could happen here in the opening. Nana is taking her time. Next board, Javakhishvili Lela against Muzychuk Anna, and let's see what was happening here, as they did quite much moves on the board. So the transpose is to the Catalan with the C5, and this is a position we have right now on the board. Well, maybe slightly better chances for white, but mostly it is a mutual play. Also, nothing unexpected we have in this game in the opening. And the board 5, Muzychuk, Mariya, Kashlinskaya, Alina, which is, I think that most complicated game has to be here on this board. And the opening, we have Ruy Lopez, right?
We had Ruy Lopez, and after a6, white just decided to keep the bishop on the board, so they are actually following the main line here. So far this is a theory, and that's why they're just blitzing out all the moves.
That's a theoretical line. Okay, I think the most interesting opening and the beginning that we have for now on the board, this is Tsolakidou Stavroula against Kosteniuk, Alexandra, where we have this kind of unusual beginning for white, which very likely seems to the opposite color position. Would, for example, if white just played the Sicilian defense, trying to go to the dragon system, and now we have B3 and bishop B2 also on the board. This is absolutely mutual play.
Let's see how this position has happened from the very beginning.
Yeah, that was C4, E5. And after G3, knight F6, bishop G2, D5. This is what Alexandra played. So if we just flip the colors, this is just a Sicilian defense with white.
The dragon Sicilian.
Yes. And then it was knight B6 and B3, yeah.
And F6 has been played. Usually we don't like to push the pawn forward because it's like weakens the light square, but in this case I think black's idea is to play next move bishop E6 to control this diagonal
to put the
castle.
bishop on E6.
Yeah.
On the same time, it is very interesting idea for white to play knight C3, queen C1, rook D1 with the idea to push D4. So this is kind of interesting idea for white.
Instead of F6, if black goes there E4 to hit the knights, this knight goes on E1,
dangerous, yes,
and then both pawns on G7 and E4 are hanging, so you have to give up one of these pawns.
Yes, so black is losing the pawn there. F6 was in the game, so the most obvious move is definitely knight C3. Or maybe D3, knight BD2, but I love knight C3 more. Actually, here is also an interesting move to play D4 immediately. and on e4 to play knight fd2. And black can play f5 to support that e4 pawn. I don't think here any f3 ideas working, because on f3 there will be bishop f6 attacking the d4 pawn. And what is very interesting, that on e3 they are taking on d4 anyway.
Oh wow, look at this, like pawn takes, and
Pawn
you take with the
takes,
bishop and check.
Yes, check.
And then the
White
rook is
has
hanging
to
in
take,
the end.
queen takes d4, and this is almost winning for black. So that's a tricky thing. So d4 is not the best option here for white. That's why I'm saying knight c3. In knight c3 it's quite obvious move, and for example on castle to play d4 maybe here, also interesting, d4. As if the black captures like this, then take, knight b5, now pawn is hanging, so c5 and b4, this kind of thing. As if the black captures on b4, then rook c1 also, keeping another piece in the game. And to play on initiative. We're missing 2 pawns, but definitely white has the initiative, the full compensation for these 2 pawns. This is one of the options, and instead of d4 here, after knight c3 castle, we can consider queen c1, later with rook d1.
Right,
That
makes a
also
lot
makes
of sense.
Yes.
And d4 to blow up this center. Not big fan of moves like f6 anyway, to be honest, because in the long term, even in the end game, there can be some kind of threats that are created on this diagonal. So it seems like black is in the theory, and she knows quite well.
Yes,
what is
that's
happening.
a preparation for sure, because she has 1 hour 33 minutes on 9 moves already, 8 moves.
Okay, this is a good start of the last round. We have all the interesting positions. So far, the game of Vaishali and Bibisara Assaubayeva is, I think, the most interesting at this point. We have this Sicilian position. And
With the theory, I mean, it's just a theoretical position. On f5, black is going to capture on b3. Take, and d5 immediately, of course. It's just necessary, otherwise the position for black will be quite stuck. And on e takes d5, bishop b4. This is with a mutual play, quite complicated position, as the white could not take on d5, we can say like that, as after taking on d5, there is knight takes d5, and then queen h4 check, quite unpleasant.
Yeah.
Let's see if Vaishali will play f5. I think she's a little bit surprised with knight bd7 move, and she start thinking here, after knight bd7, what to do. f5 still makes sense. Instead of knight bd7, the main line here is knight c6, so that's why Vaishali, I mean putting the knight on c6, that's why Vaishali start thinking here. Next board, Sara Khadem against Dzagnidze Nana. Last move was a3. The basic line here is knight f3 or c takes d5. I mean c takes d5, for example. E takes d5 and knight g2. That's one of the options. Another option is knight f3 straight away. a3 is not so a basic move. So what could we suggest here for Nana Dzagnidze? Bishop takes c3, b takes c3, d takes c4 with the typical ideas in the Nimzovich, and play c5. This is what the mutual play. Black does not have any special troubles in the opening. Then knight c6, queen e7, it depends where the white develop their knight, because for example if they develop on e2 somewhere, I saw the move like e5 also, but it's not necessary, of course. Black could play first queen c7 and then push e5, and on the same time if white will play knight f3, then queen c7 anyway. The point of queen c7 is that c takes d4 is hanging, and the bishop on c4 is hanging. And if bishop goes, it is losing another tempo, and then knight c6, castle, and e5. This is absolutely, I mean, mutual play. It's not even, it's difficult to say equal, it's just a mutual play with a quite interesting position. Chances for both of the sides. Next board, Javakhishvili, Lela, Muzychuk, Anna. A little bit of changes in the position with the pawn structure of the black on the queen side. Let's see what was happening on the last moves. So queen b3, knight c6. This is a theoretical line. Yes, take on c6. Now e4. Yes, it happened in the game. Knight f6 and just h3. Still against, but again with slightly better chances for white.
Yeah, well, this pawn structure is ruined for black, but this also opens up the road for the rook to get rook to b8 and keep the eye on b2 pawn. So black has this very good counterplay here on the queen side. But the thing that really worries me here in this position for black is the bishop on c8, which so far needs a proper square to develop. At this point, bishop a6 is obviously there, but then...
But later, I mean, that bishop is not doing quite much job there.
Can be the target of queen a4, for instance. So black has to take care of the bishop, maybe e5, bishop e6, some kind of development on the king side.
Okay, and next board we have Muzychuk Mariya with Kashlinskaya Alina with a theoretical line of the Ruy Lopez, maybe with a slightly better chances, let's say like that, for white, as they have more space, but on the same time black does not have any special troubles here.
All right, what happens after knight g5?
Draw offer.
I have seen this.
Draw offer.
I have seen this kind of position earlier. Knight f3 and knight d8, rook to d8, rook to e8, and a draw. Do you think Kashlinskaya will play safe here and make a draw?
Has to be, because with the tie breaks also she is on the first place, right? And the chances for Assaubayeva to win with the black colors against Vaishali, maybe Kashlinskaya evaluates like, you know, not so much chances there. And in case of draw on that board also, Kashlinskaya's result will be just an excellent. And on the same time, you know, why not with black colors against Mariya Muzychuk? I think draw is always a good result.
Mariya Muzychuk, on the other hand, has a 4.5 points, and also if she wins this match, then she takes over at least Alina Kashlinskaya, and she can actually fight for the top 3 places. If not even top 1, practically she can also fight for the first place.
So let's take a look at the new moves that we have for now. This is in the game Sarasadat Dzagnidze Nana. Dzagnidze Nana decided to take on c4. Actually, it's not changing much if she takes yes, and she took on c3. So this is actually what we are considering. She took, she also did c5, you see? So this is actually what we are considering. This position is with a mutual play, and let's see how they will fight later. For now, we have no new moves. Vaishali is still thinking, taking her time. Already more than 8 minutes in this position after knight bd7. We are considering f5. And by the way, what the engine also suggesting is a g4 move.
It's a beautiful move. I want to see.
That's actually very interesting.
Let's take a look what happens after g4. The idea of g4 is to play g5, obviously.
It has to be.
To kick the knight. So how black responds here after g4, we can actually take the pawn on f4. If bishop takes f4, then we have crazy move knight to h5, sacrificing the knight and getting the bishop back with queen to h4.
Yeah, here the black has a big advantage.
So instead of that, white has to go with g5, not taking the pawn on f4, kicking the knight away first, and then take on f4. And in this case, as white's king is way more exposed, we can go with h6. So knight g8 here, bishop to f4, and h6.
Queen d2. Still very interesting. The long castle is already ready. Maybe that makes sense. Maybe this is what Vaishali is considering. Definitely there are I mean, one move is for sure there to consider. This is f5 in this position. But g4 is quite interesting. Quite interesting, aggressive, attacking. And let's see. Okay, Muzychuk Mariya against Kashlinskaya Alina on rook e8. She didn't play knight g5. She played knight bd2 and bishop f8. This is a position. So still, with a slightly better. What did she play? She played. What did she play? Bishop c2. She played bishop c2. This is a move that she did.
So she wants to win, and this is the statement from Mariya Muzychuk, not repeating the position.
That's for sure.
To go to the...
Here's,
I was actually thinking, will she just go right away with this continuation, or first she will repeat one time, then second time, and then not to repeat it?
So here the interesting idea for black is to move the knight from c6 to d7. Like knight b8, knight d7, on the same time to try to play c5. I mean, after knight b8, there is c5. This is quite a typical idea, but with knight a5, and I mean pushing c5. So as the bishop is not on b3 anymore, maybe knight a5 is not necessary because there is no tempo, and that's why I'm suggesting knight b8 with the idea c5 or knight bd7, because for example, if black plays knight a5 here, it would be d5, and now the knight on a5 is a little bit stuck. On the same time, black has another plan. Here they could play g6. The g6 is kind of a useful move everywhere, mostly where the bishop is already on f8, and it could go to g7. Okay, we're talking about a very well-known position here. There are different ideas, but all of them are like, yes, slightly better for white, but nothing special, mostly with the mutual chances. Lela Javakhishvili with Muzychuk Anna. This is a position that we have. So Lela last move played h3. The point of that move is quite clear, that to put the bishop on e3 in case we need that, to stay with the bishop on e3, just controlling the g4 square where the black knight could not go anymore.
Right, I still like move e5 here with idea of bishop to e6 and rook to b8. That would be the move of the choices if I were black here in this position. Also controlling the center, creating beautiful outposts on d4.
Yeah, for example, bishop e3 and bishop e6. Queen c2. And this is the position that could be, and then to try to create some counterplay on the b file. That is semi-open for black. For white it is closed. So they can use that b file. We have quite positions for the last round.
Yes, we have quite positions. Not too much of the dynamics in the openings, but it also makes a lot of sense because everyone wants to play safe, to have the eye on the draw if they need. There was an interesting decision by Alexandra Kosteniuk. We can go the game against Stavroula Tsolakidou, and here we have, instead of bishop e6 to cover the file diagonal, she goes with bishop to g4.
Yes, maybe bishop e6 was a little bit risky, as the white could push d4, and after taking on d4, on the same time the bishop will be hanging on e6. Okay, the position is with a mutual play here, and you know, Vaishali is taking more and more time. She already thought for about 15 minutes, almost 15 minutes in this position. And she is making the decision here. I hope between f5 and g4, as it will be interesting for us. Definitely it will be very interesting compared to the move like bishop e2.
Right. Yeah. I also believe that she'll go f5 or g4 in this position. More f5 is the move that I would consider here. Vaishali playing. She's taking a lot of time already, 10 minutes gap on the clock. Vaishali might not having the best tournament here in Tbilisi. She has 3.5 points out of 8, but she is a really tough player. She has a good year. She actually became the Grandmaster this year. So perhaps she's already counting on the last 2 or next 2 Grand Prix tournaments to get some points.
That's for sure. That's for sure. Vaishali is not the player like to don't improve on the next tournament or on every next time. I think she has that skills and ability to improve.
Really slow day.
Yeah,
today.
very slow.
Not
I'm
too
looking to
many
the
moves.
screen now, and we have no more new moves for now.
And this is not even a half an hour from the
Half an
start,
hour,
so
yes, that's
it might
correct.
be a very long day for us here.
But you know, it is happening like that. They are slow, quiet, and somewhere it will start bombing again. And okay, we are actually mostly waiting for now in these current positions. We are waiting from Vaishali some active and aggressive play here compared to other games, as the other games is quite slow.
Not any single move.
Yes.
Yeah.
Have not any single move.
You can feel the tension. You can feel how important the last round is for the players, not to risk it, to have more stable positions.
They are taking a very big care on each move. Yeah, we have a little bit different position in Sarasadat and Dzagnidze Nana, where Sarasadat already decided to develop her bishop from b2. Nana is taking her time. Of course, the most obvious move is to play knight c6 here, and still on knight f3 to play e5. I mean, without that idea in this kind of structure and theoretical line, without knight c6, e5, it will not be an equal position. So this is how the black equalizing. So it is like has to be done. That knight c6 and e5. But Nana is thinking, okay, I believe that she wants to win this game. She is playing on that somehow to win this game, as she needs to recover a little bit from yesterday's very pity lost, and on the same time, with the winning today, she has some chances to get in the top 3, or at least gain more points.
Because besides the Grand Prix points and prize, there is also the rating issue here. You don't definitely want to lose too much rating rights before the Olympiad, because all the participants of this tournament gonna take a place at the Olympiad as well. You guys, we are actually going to take our first break because the games are really slow today, and we're hoping that by the time we're back, the moves will come on our side and players will start to make some choices. But absolutely understandable situation here. They want to.
Yes, of course. We are waiting. We are just waiting that the games will be warmer a little bit.
Exactly. Don't go anywhere because we will be back shortly.
Good evening from Tbilisi, where round 8 of the Women's Grand Prix has just finished. It finished with a game between Alina Kashlinskaya and Lela Javakhishvili. It was a long game, but it was a good game for you. You won this game, and with this victory, you've tied for first place with Bibisara Assaubayeva, who drew her game with Tsolakidou. First of all, let me ask you how you're feeling about the game itself.
Well, I'm happy to win the game. It was a very long game, tough game, and I'm just happy that it turned out that I was better during this game.
In the conversation along the way here, you told me that you played the line, worked out for you that this was the line that you prepared before your motherhood. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is the second time that you used this is your second victory, and both victories were with the lines prepared before your motherhood. So
that's just a coincidence because I mean I'm normally still working on chess nowadays, but I have some ideas in the openings from the previous life. Let's put it like this. So it's just I think a coincidence that it happened twice here.
also, it's good when sometimes these old ideas, when you know them well, but when they truly sink in over time, then it's that's when the real magic happens, I guess. But tell me now, 8 rounds are gone. You're now tied for first place. How do you feel about this?
Well, honestly, I'm not thinking about places at all. I don't know what's the whole situation the tournament is. I mean, you told me that I'm tied for the first for now. I'm just trying to focus on the next game, and now I'm thinking that I have 1 hour to have dinner, to rest a bit, and to put my baby asleep. So I have.
So you can start preparing. Okay, just before you go, we're like, who are you playing tomorrow?
Mariya Muzychuk.
How do you feel about that game?
Well, it's fine. We've played a lot of games with different results, so it's okay.
She had a very tough day. She had a very tough draw with Alexandra Kosteniuk, where she was better, but lost her advantages several times. So she's also very tired, she says.
Doesn't matter, to me, honestly. I'm just trying to focus on my own.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, and the best luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Women's Grand Prix in Tbilisi, Georgia. Today we have the last round in the studio. It's Keti and Valerie. We do have little bit updates in the
Some new moves
in the games. So let's take a look at the games, starting from the first board. Stavroula Tsolakidou against Alexandra Kosteniuk.
So after, that was the last position we review. After knight c2, it was queen d7. Stavroula pushed d4. That's quite correct decision. On the same time, Alexandra captured on d4. Knight takes d4, take everything, and c5. This is the current position on the board. And knight f3. Yes, this is what we have right now.
Knight f3.
Long castle, it's interesting to do with black.
I would be scared of long castle here because after queen to c2, after queen to c2 or rook to c1, there will be some nasty threats on the queen side.
Rook c1, right? Oh, my mouse got stuck.
All right, we're gonna
Queen
try
e6.
to fix it, but before that we can just observe from the camera. And
Yes, so Alexandra played queen e6. We are considering long castle, but she did queen e6.
keeping the queens on the board. Stavroula is actually, they both have the same time on the clock. Stavroula is having quite nice tournament. It's not that she was lucky in any of the rounds. She's just quite a stable player to hold against everyone and not to lose any single game. This is something pretty exciting.
So the move that Angie is suggesting here is queen c2. Quite nice position for white, actually.
Okay, let's say castle on the short side.
Castle and knight h4. And then push e4. On e2 it's not hanging, seems like that. As if queen takes, then it's gonna be losing immediately. Take, and rook fe1. There is a pin on e file. And if black bishop captures on e2, it's actually the same happening after rook fe1. So e2 pawn is not hanging.
Yeah, on the other hand, the pawn on b7 is hanging and white can
Yes.
take the pawn. So black has to somehow play the move here, which guards the weakness on b7, maybe rook to b8. And that actually allows white to get some space advantage in the center, something like a rook to a4 or rook to d1.
e4 and knight f5 is an idea which is quite interesting. To grab one of the bishops and be with a pair of the bishops with white. Okay, here slightly better for Stavroula. That's kind of clearer. Let's go to the next board. We have Vaishali against Assaubayeva, and this is a moment where we stopped after bishop e6, f4, and knight bd7, where we are considering f5 or g4, but Vaishali played bishop e2. She played bishop e2, and the position goes just to the very quiet mode.
Exactly, standard Sicilian in this position. So if you play f5,
Now it's
then
bishop
c4,
c4
and
now,
black
bishop
is actually
c4.
not worse in that position. Let's make some moves here to understand a little bit this position. Bishop to a3 looks like a natural move. And we can actually, with black, castle here on the short side.
Here is a very interesting idea which Angin's suggesting, taking on f4, take on f4, and rook takes e3. But actually no, now it changed the evaluation is after knight takes e4, there is nothing so good is happening for black after bishop f3. Yeah, so that's not the option. So
That's
take
not
on
an
F.
option. But anyway, Vaishali decided to close the center. I think we can go right away to that line. F5 has been played. She's attacking the
Okay.
bishop. Bishop is stuck. You either go to c4 or you take the knight, and obviously bishop will go on c4 to trade light square bishop.
Bishop c4 seems the best move. So for example, take. Here black's position is quite good. Queen d3 and for example queen c8. Then it could be b5 later also. I like black's position here. Maybe obviously it is equal, but I think that black has quite clear plan to play h6, then castle, then b5, and start their game on the queen side. The knight on c3 could not move as the c2 pawn is hanging.
I like these positions with black, actually quite comfortable. You go next b5, b4. Sometimes you also
Some queen
want
b7
to
also appears
go
to
after
attack the
e4
e4 pawn.
Exactly. Castle is fine. You don't really worry
Yeah.
about this kind of g4 attacks on the king side, because basically every pawn push on the king side will be in favor of black.
Okay, let's go to the next board where we have Sarasadat with Dzagnidze and Nana. And this is a position after move 13. Let's see what happened after queen c7 here and bishop b2. So Nana decided to play b6. And on queen e2 she played e5, what we are considering on each time in this game. D takes e5, queen takes e5, c4 and queen e7. Okay, white has a pair of the bishops, but their pawn structure on the king side, the queen side, is not so strong. So these two facts are equalizing each other. The position is with the mutual chances here.
How about queen to f3 in this position?
On queen f3, here black has just bishop b7,
And
and
bishop
in
f6.
case of taking on f6, there will be just queen takes f6. So now the black's pawn structure also will be better on the king side, but they trade the dark square bishop, which was actually quite important piece on the board, and now the weaknesses on opposite sides are kind of equalizing each other. Black has a weakness, bad pawn structure on the king side. On the same time, white has weaknesses on the queen side. So kind of equal. Let's see. Sarasadat is thinking in this position she has advantage on time for 20 minutes.
Oh wow, that's a lot.
Yeah,
at
that's
the
a lot.
beginning, especially of the game. Meanwhile, we can check it out. The next game, Javakhishvili versus Muzychuk Anna. We have a lot of moves there. Oh, is there a mask? Why she's wearing a
Yes,
mask?
it is. I don't know.
Oh wow, but she did not start it with the mask, right?
She was not. I didn't see her with a mask the first 1 hour or so. I just mentioned that she's with a mask.
That's mysterious.
Yeah. Okay, let's take a look
Took
at
us back to the COVID time,
Oh
remember?
no,
when,
please no.
when we even had some shield between the
Don't bring
opponents.
us there.
We don't even remember.
Okay, so let's take a look from here what was happening for last 5-6 moves. Bishop c5, knight e2. This is a move that engine does not like at all. Engine suggesting rook d1 and then knight a4, which seems quite obvious actually, to put the knight on a4. Lela decided to put the knight on e2, bishop b6, bishop f4, e5. Okay, knight d7, bishop e7, rook e8, bishop a3, rook fd1. A quite complicated position. What to say here? The position is quite complicated with a mutual play.
Yeah, it's double-edged position. Here, obviously, white will target the pawn on c6, something like rook to c1, next move to attack the pawn on c6. And this bishop on a3, I like the bishop on a3. It guards the pawn on b2. It also targets right now d6 square.
Yeah, just threatening to gain the exchange.
Exactly. So let's say rook to d8 in this position to avoid losing the exchange. Then what will be the continuation here in this
Rook
position?
d6, the engine says rook d6. To still attack c6 pawn and then double up on d file. It's a mutual play. Definitely, it's a mutual play. And we have very slow game on the board 5. This is Muzychuk Mariya against Kashlinskaya Alina. The only interesting thing what is happening right now on the board is that Muzychuk Mariya has an advantage on time for 16 minutes.
Yeah, quite a standard position. They are not really trying to open up the board yet. All the pieces on the board, they have not even traded one piece, and this is move 14.
And on the same time, we have to mention that black does not have any kind of troubles from the opening. They developed their pieces easily, got some space on the queen side. Okay, we understand that the white also has a space in the center. So maybe knight f1, the typical way for that knight to go, to put it on g3 or mostly on g3. Or at least just open up the way to that c1 bishop to jump somewhere like g5.
Yeah, knight g3, knight f5 are is quite a common idea here.
But very slow game.
Maybe black will go g6 to anyway control f5 square. Bishop to g
knight g3, what is it suggesting? And on bishop g7, just bishop e3. Yes, just slowly to continue improving the pieces. Nothing so special is happening here. And the Kosteniuk, Alexandra.
Ooh, look at this.
Bishop
okay,
h3.
I like this game now. Some excitement.
So last move was bishop h3. The engine was suggesting short castle to make safe the king. Instead of that, Alexandra decided to be active and played bishop h3. So what is engine suggesting right now is taking on h3, take on h3, and knight h4. That f5 square is a trouble.
Yeah,
That's
in many of the lines here, we have knight h4, knight f5 ideas.
Yes.
And guess why? Because of this pawn on f6 is so weirdly placed that it can cause a lot of...
Yeah, white's plan is quite simple. Queen c2 and knight f5.
Exactly.
And what's for black? That's a question. The pieces are not connected to each other. The king is in the center. The position could be tough for black.
Yeah, now I'm thinking that maybe black could just castle what you were suggesting earlier to make sure that king would be just...
You mean after
safer
knight h4?
On the, yes.
It could be e4 or queen c2. Both of them make sense. So maybe e4. Just to put that knight on f5. c4 is here. The interesting move to open up the space for our bishop to go on b4. And again, some crazy lines with engine, rook e3, bishop c5, bishop d4. And here we are, Stavroula captured on h3. And
I wonder if she's going to play knight h4 as well, because she has plenty of moves here in this position.
Yes.
Knight h4 is not the only move. She might play
but
her
knight
next move
h4
fast.
is so solid and statically, you know. I think she's going to do that.
No, e4.
e4 first.
First e4, yeah. Then knight h4. If
Also
black
makes sense.
castles,
Why
then will
not?
be knight h4, yeah.
Why not? Also, some e5s could be the threat.
Yeah.
So on castle, just knight h4, it goes to the same thing. Okay, board 2. Assaubayeva played bishop c4 as we were planning. Now it is Vaishali to move. And here we also have the huge difference in time, you know, that's 26 minutes difference.
Yeah, wow, Vaishali thinking a lot in this tournament. She had actually quite tense position with Nana But I think Nana tried too hard to win the game, and then she blundered in the end, and that was Vaishali's second win in this tournament.
So Vaishali is still thinking, so what to say here? She was not expecting on f5, bishop c4, or she is just double checking it, or...
Well, I would not say that she didn't expect this, but I think she's just looking for the options. What she can of course take on a c4 and then develop the dark square bishop. This is one way to play. How serious can we move here g4, for instance, to try to get a space advantage?
Just h6, it's facing with h6.
Especially without castle.
Yes, without castle. Maybe black will not do the castle at all.
Yeah. Okay, there is, instead of g4, there's bishop e3, just a normal move here, with some idea a4, a5, and to fix the queen side as well.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
That's
that makes
possible.
more
But
sense.
it really worries me how much time Vaishali is converting in this tournament.
Yeah, she's taking too much time. Okay, until Vaishali is thinking, let's go to the next board. Sarasadat with Dzagnidze Nana. Knight bd7, so mostly the same position.
Well, Sarasadat actually played queen f3, bishop b7, and now queen g3. Yeah, I like this idea because she has pair of bishop and she brought the queen on g-file. Now we'll target the diagonal, maybe somewhere knight f3, knight h4, knight f5 moves.
That makes sense. On the same time, black also has their idea. This is bishop e4, just in case to stop the vision of the both of the bishops to the king side with bishop e4 to make the king side safe. Mutual play, so we have the same.
Valerie, what do you think about move bishop to f5 here? Point being that I want to capture the bishop on the knight on d7. You can't take with the knight because it's checkmate. You cannot take with the queen because you're losing the knight.
So rook fd.
I just told you the move. Or you have to play.
You already told me the move.
And now let's say knight f3.
And then knight e8 is guarding the things there. On the same time, instead of knight e8, what is the suggestion of engine? This is bishop e4. That bishop e4 is solving a lot of troubles actually.
And after knight h4?
And on knight h4, it says just knight h5 advantage. Yeah, that's some tactics. That on queen h3 there is crazy knight f4.
Okay. Okay, so if you take, then take the bishop f5 or bishop g2 check.
Yeah.
Or bishop f3 check, maybe. I think there is even checkmate somewhere.
Yeah. Okay. That will be a long game. Muzychuk Anna with Javakhishvili Lela, and Muzychuk Anna played rook bd8 as we are expecting, and now rook d6 makes sense for white to attack the c6 pawn and on the same time to double up on the d file, but still with a mutual play.
Yep,
oh, and we have some changes of the position. Voila.
We're so happy to see one move at least, right?
Yeah, she captured on d4.
Wow,
so
what a slow day today.
Very slow day. What's
Very
that?
slow.
Very slow.
The slowest of all.
Slowest. We can see even on that picture. Look at this.
Yeah. Slowly drinking coffee, Alina. Maybe, you know, when you're playing always at the same time at 3 p.m., your brain starts to be very active at that time.
Yes, that's true. For 8 days it was like that.
Yeah, I remember that we had to play the World Youth Championship in Vietnam, and the time difference was 6 hours. And we had training with 6 hours earlier than usual time, and we hated to wake up so early, all the kids.
By the way, this year World Youth is in Brazil. 14, 16 and 18.
I wish I was 18 years old then to go and play.
Yes, but I'm just mentioning that it is a huge time difference. It's about 9 hours from here. So
yeah,
it will
that's
be
why you need
interesting to look at the players there with the 9 hours time difference to play 6-hour games.
Exactly. You might, guys, say like, oh, come on, it's not a big thing. But our brains are starting exactly at the same time when you're working.
Okay, anyway, jet lag, I mean,
jet lag.
When you are arriving, and it's not like the people are arriving there 1 week earlier and so on.
Oh, there are some federations, but
yeah,
not
only
us.
some of them, but most of them is arriving just the day before the tournament.
Yeah, we were often arriving at the same day, so very often we didn't even know what was the opening ceremony looking like, but we were always knowing how the
90s.
Closing.
No?
I'm not
or
that old.
Early 2000.
Early 2000. But those were wild times indeed for many players, and there were some situations where some of the players were falling asleep at the board because it was like your first opening ceremony and then first move right away, especially
And
when you're a kid.
well done, Alina. Well done. She captured on d4, c takes d4 and c5. Now we are alive. A little bit alive on this board.
Oof, Alina looks very sharp. In
The
this
position
tournament.
allows, actually.
Yeah, and also look at her focus. Wow.
The engine says that it's even slightly better for black.
That's I listened to her interview that she doesn't want to miss any moment. She wants to travel with her son at the tournament. So after this tournament, she'll go to Olympiad with the son. And FIDE has this project, Chess Mothers. We were talking about this. So during the time, Alina will play the game. There will be a person who will take care of the baby, and after that she will also go to the Global Chess League with her son. So this is
nice.
very nice approach of her to travel with the son and to have all
That's
this
nice.
positive energy from the son.
And I think Sarah Hadem is listening to you. She played bishop f5.
Very good, Sarah.
Bishop f5. Oh, and here we have the new move from Engine. It is knight h5. How difficult it is to do that move, at the board.
Yeah, I know. And then knight f4, right?
So unnatural. So
After queen to
unusual.
h3.
Just g6. G6 first.
Yeah, I don't know. Like the. Okay, if you go bishop back, then knight f4.
War is that?
Wow.
So, knight f3, this is another suggestion. Just rook a d8, castle, and knight df6. Quite unusual position, Queen on h3, now it's a little bit like out of work. Okay, let's see. I don't think Nana will go on that. The most obvious move here seems rook fd8, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. With bishop e4 idea, I like bishop e4 idea, actually.
Okay, still very slow here.
The first board, we have some updates. Tsolakidou against Kosteniuk. We have a castle on the board.
So this is what happened, what we are talking about, castle and knight h4 and g6. So as the engine was suggesting here, the best option was to play c4 to create some game on the queen side. Instead of that, Alexandra played g6. And now that knight does not make any any big job on h4, so we can move knight g2, knight e3.
Yep,
Yes, why
that's
not?
what she's
Here, what
doing.
is happening? Knight g2.
Knight f4, knight
Knight
c5.
f4 also, yes.
Yeah, there's also a hole on e6. That's
Oh,
another
such a
thing.
pleasant position for white. I mean, risk-free.
You can play every day, every night this position.
Just put the queen on c2 and then take a look where to jump with the knight.
Rook d1, next move.
Just a excellent,
h4 somewhere when the queen lifts the h7 square.
very comfortable position. Very comfortable position. On the same time, black's pieces are not connected to each other at all. The knight on b6, bishop on e7. Yeah. Stavroula has an advantage. That will be a very interesting fact if she wins this game. So she will join the group of the leader. And
She'll
could be even the
actually
first.
take over them with a half a point and wait the game of Alina Kashlinskaya and Bibisara Assaubayeva.
Look at this, Keti, Vaishali, how much time she is taking.
Oh, wow.
Still, already 37 minutes on the board. On the clock, sorry. That's so strange, you know, when she was considering to play f5, she was considering only bishop takes b3, that it means that she is not in the best conditions.
Yeah, that's strange. I don't know what. Usually it says that maybe you're tired and you're struggling with finding the
Tiredness,
remembering.
for sure, but this is now a very big advantage that she's giving to the opponent, you know, such a big advantage on time.
We have seen so many games just deciding at the last minutes and having seconds on the clock against 1 hour.
And only 11 moves done, so they have to play 19 moves in 36 minutes. It's already the time travel.
Wow.
So such a natural move, for example, just even take on c4 or play bishop e3. I mean, to discuss that should not take too much time. Yeah. This is making our day more slow. And Lela Javakhishvili, instead of rook d6, she played bishop f3 to improve her pieces more. And after knight f8, this is a position that we have. Suggestion is bishop takes f8, which I am not so sure, but you know that knight e6, knight d4 is coming. Knight e6, knight d4 is quite unpleasant.
It is.
So maybe bishop takes f8 actually makes sense now. Yeah, knight e6, knight d4, very unpleasant. If the bishop will stay on d4, that will be a very strong piece, supported with the best friend from c5 later.
If c5 gets on the board safely, then the bishop on d4 is just an octopus bishop.
Yes. Yes. Lela is taking her time. And still we have no more new moves on the board.
Yeah, this means that at some point we're going to have the time issues on every board almost. Wow, what a slow last round. We have seen, like we have usually draws.
Actually, I was
draws.
expecting the opposite.
Really?
Yes, maybe some quick draws
Yeah,
and
yeah,
another
some
board
quick
just
draws,
active and aggressive games.
Yeah. We don't complain that games are not ending. We're just not receiving any moves to analyze. That's a bit of issue.
Okay, we have the new move on Kosteniuk Alexandra's game. She played, and Lela captured on f8 as it was expected. And Tsolakidou, Stavroula, Kosteniuk, Alexandra. Alexandra played rook a d8. Nothing much is changing here. Tsolakidou, Stavroula could play just queen c2 with the same kind of position, with the same kind of advantage, with the same kind of comfortable position on the board. Let's take a look one more time at each board. So Vaishali is still taking her time, and she already has around 33 minutes on the clock. And she did the move. She did the move bishop e3. It's quite natural and the obvious move that she did. We already talked about that move. Black is absolutely okay here. And I can continue with b5 straight away. Why not? I like Black's position there. We have also some moves in Sarah Hadem and Dzagnidze Nana's game. Dzagnidze Nana put the a8 rook on d8, and after knight f3, now she's thinking, so the move that can be done, this is bishop e4, and on taking on e4 just to take with the queen, and c4 pawn is hanging in this case. That's interesting and makes sense. So bishop e4 actually makes sense. Bishop e4 is a move that makes sense and could be done. But Nana is taking her time. And Muzychuk Anna captured with the king on f8.
Oh, that's interesting.
King, yes.
Her calculation is maybe this gonna go to the end game. So let's have this king in the center. There's no check. Okay, rook takes was possible actually. That's a bit mysterious
King
move
G2.
for me.
Too quiet position and safe. Yes. And the next board, Muzychuk Mariya played knight g3 on c5. Here could be bishop f1, and when the bishop goes, even d5. On e5 to have knight e4. Let's see. I think Kashlinskaya will take a time here. Alina will make sure the next steps to do. Yeah, that we can see that she's going to take a time.
Yeah, very important last round. The players are fighting for the 18,000 euros
Yeah.
prize fund. Every point matters, and every Grand Prix point also matters for these players, because this is their first tournament in the series, in the circle, but then they have to play 2 more Grand Prix. All right, guys, we are going to take a short break, and hopefully by the time we're back, we're going to have more games to analyze. This is the last day of FIDE Women's Grand Prix in Tbilisi, Georgia, and we will see you again after a short break.
Good evening from Tbilisi, from the Women's Grand Prix, where round 8 is underway. The tensions are very high, as there's just this round and next for the players to improve their score. And just one very important game finished between Mariya Muzychuk and Alexandra Kosteniuk. Mariya Black, the game was full of twists and turns. You had, on several occasions, a dominating position, according to the computer. You just finished about 5 minutes ago. What's your initial assessment?
Yeah, it's quite a disappointing result for me, because I was much better after the opening, and I feel that I was winning at some moment. I'm not sure about which one. But okay, I'm not sure what my opponent prepared, because she played g3 very quickly, and after that she started to think. So maybe she didn't check all the lines. I don't know.
She played a very early knight b2 move, which kind of got her into trouble early on. Do you think that was planned or a mistake, or what did you make of that move?
I just know that there is knight d2 instead of g3. So it was not a surprise for me, but I was quite surprised that she was thinking after queen e6.
Throughout the game, at least for us who don't know much, so we use the computer to watch, we saw that on several occasions Alexandra made a mistake and you, within a few moves, threw the lifeline back to her. from where you were standing, were you kind of aware of the mistakes that you were making or have made in the moves and did you feel that you were allowing the position to slip? Or did you at all time assume that it was kind of, you had a right assessment of the position?
No, of course not, because during the game you don't have time to think about it or to become sad. I mean, I'm not even sure what was wrong. But okay, I spent my time and I did not see.
8 rounds are finished. You are now on 4.5 points, if I'm not mistaken, right? The plus one. And you obviously have one more round to go. It looks like the game between Bibisara is playing, it might end in a draw. She was the leader from the previous day. How do you feel about entering the last day?
I just know that I am white and it's quite pleasant to play white. But okay, everything will be decided in the final round.
Perfect. Do you feel ready?
Of course.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much and the best of luck to you.
Thank you.
In that moment, we were only 15 countries who signed the constitution of FIDE, and the FIDE has grown up until 195 countries. It's really a global dimension now for the FIDE. I want to congratulate FIDE for this success.
It's very important to be part of the ceremony. It's a historic occasion. It only comes along every century. So we were happy that we were able to take part. In part, we were able to take part because chess has been so much more successful recently, so that 5 years ago we couldn't have come, but now we can.
For 100 years, Marc Nicolet signed this document, and it's a very important moment for Switzerland also to be part of it, and for me, myself also, of course. And I think FIDE has done a great job 100 years ago now, and has a future where it can also transmit chess in the society, in social work, in other domains, not only in competition. So I think it's a great time to go on, to go for the future.
His clock is ticking. How will you respond to Eco's first move already?
Who's gonna swing across the channel? I'm a strong swimmer. Who's gonna swim across the channel? Why did you wonder? You say lighthouse. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.
Welcome back, guys. This is FIDE Women's Grand Prix in Tbilisi, Georgia, and we do have a last round in progress. All the games are still active, and we can take a look one by one. It's Keti and Valerie in the studio, and very soon today we're gonna know the winner of the tournament.
Hello everybody, so we start with the board 1, Tsolakidou Stavroula with Kosteniuk Alexandra, and this is the position after move 23. The last move was Queen e3 that Stavroula played, and Alexandra is taking her time to do the move here. A very interesting option for black seems to push c4. This is actually the game that the black could create on the queen side. But the problem is that white could just ignore it and just play the move like h4. And nothing much is actually changing, but at least there will be less pawns on the queen side, and there will be the target on b3 to attack for black. That's quite interesting from that point of view, that there will be at least a target on b3 that will be hanging in some moment. So for example, just take on b3, take on b3, and now rook f8.
Is there the way
white
to...
is better? Definitely white is better.
Is there a way to go bishop f8 and bishop g7 to make sure that king is safer there, or how black will actually try to
Black's
eliminate
position
the
is
pieces?
quite passive, actually. They are quite stacked. So it's not a position that Alexandra could be happy with. I think so. But let's see, it's not the only option to play c4 in this position. But what else to do? Black is quite stacked. c4 seems like the only way to go. Board 2. Vaishali with Assaubayeva, Bibisara. Vaishali already has 14
minutes for how many moves?
How
This
many
is
moves? 24 moves to do.
Oi, oi, oi. Why this is happening in this tournament? That's actually very good
Vaishali is
question.
not in a good conditions here, in the best conditions that she can be. And the position also is quite okay for black. Knight c4 is coming. Also knight a4 is a very interesting idea on the same time. So could be that Vaishali will be in troubles in this position, and in that case, if Bibisara wins this game, that will be
she'll
very
guarantee herself
close.
to the first place, actually. Going forward to the next game, here we have Sarah Hatem against Nana Dzagnidze, and here we have this position. We were talking about the pawn structure here, but White managed to bring the knight on the king side, and now knight g4 threats knight f6 move. And in case of trade, queen takes, and there
I
will
think
be
it's
some
kind of
issue on the king side.
kind of forced for black to capture, otherwise how to support that f6 knight. Knight h5 I don't think will be the best option, because in that case queen just goes on f2, and knight on g4, knight on h5 is not doing much. So I think black has to capture here, go to that opposite color bishop position, but there is some object to attack. This is a c4 pawn that the black can do. So for example, let's start with rook g6, because the checkmate is hanging on g7, and on queen f4 just to open up the way to the king. Now rook a d1 is not possible because the bishop on a4 stays. So black has the advantage on d file. That could be a little bit tough position for Sarah Hatem, as c4 pawn is a weakness. It's a weakness that she has to take care about it. So maybe slightly better here for black. Next board we have Javakhishvili Lela with Muzychuk Anna with a very
Even pawn
clear
structure.
with a very clear position on the board.
Oh, okay, this looks pretty equal. King f6 has been played, so the position is so safe that you can just walk with the king in the middle of the board. I think this king is going to g7 to make sure that it's much safer without checks. Can we see how the king from f8 went to f6?
Let's start from here. When Lela captured on f8, we saw this moment, king g2, g6, knight c3, bishop d4, and bishop e2. Lela seems quite solid in this game. Take, and okay, the position became very equal. Yeah, king e7, queen b3, h5, h4, and king f6. a4. Very close to draw. Very close to draw. On queen d3 threat there will be queen b4 always. And on c5 it's even queen b7 possible. To drawish position. It can be that they will agree on draw soon.
Yeah, that's a logical outcome of this position. It looks just too equal.
Yeah, no one of them is in time trouble.
All right, interesting game is on the last board. Muzychuk Mariya against Alina Kashlinskaya. Here we have this position. Black activated a knight in the center. It seems quite interesting position.
Yes, yes, it is. What is engine suggesting here is knight e6.
Attacking the bishop.
Attacking the bishop. Now bishop e3 is not possible because the knight is hanging on e4. So white has to play queen e3. And in this case, bishop takes e4, queen takes e4, and queen d4. This is a suggestion of the engine, as the black is forcing to trade the queens, and after that, knight actually is quite strong and powerful piece on d4, as there are a lot of squares where it could jump to, for example, c2 or b3. Seems like slightly better for black. I'm not sure how big is the resources to win this game for black, but seems slightly better because
I
of
love
the
this
advantage.
knight being here in the middle of the center, creating so many threats. And there's also a possibility to somehow target the pawn on e5, like let's say after knight b3, bishop c5, bishop d4, to trade the space, the places for knight and bishop, and slowly just go to that positions, rook d8, rook d5. Any kind of endgame here would be pleasant for black for sure.
Yes, also there is a very interesting idea connected to bishop e7, bishop g5 to trade the dark square bishops, and in that case knight on d4 will be much more powerful.
It is dominant over the light square bishop indeed. There's knight b3 move as well instead of knight a6. How about that move?
Rook a d1 here with tempo coming. And the d6 square also is quite
so after
important.
queen b6, knight d6 might be.
On queen b6, it's knight d6. Yeah, now the knight on d6 is not the less piece than the knight on b3. So that's quite an important moment, Keti. I think so. It's quite important moment connected to that idea. Knight e6, take on e4, and then queen d4. It's quite important moment in the game. Okay, Kosteniuk Alexandra made rook fe8, so we were considering c4. She made rook fe8 here after a4. White can plan to hit that knight on b6.
And get the knight
d5.
on d5.
Get
Oof,
the
look at
d5
that.
square.
Alexandra already made the move.
She made rook fe8, and I think something else also happened there. So this is the current position, the last position that I had on the screen after rook fe8. Rook d2. That's Stavroula played. And from black,
Queen f7.
queen
No,
f
there.
no, queen is on f7. Rook d7.
D7. They both decided to
Rook
double the
d7.
rooks on d5.
Yeah, so the
perhaps.
next move is very obvious, to play rook e d1. I think Stavroula will do it soon. Yes, this is definitely advantage for white. Rook e d1, the most natural and the obvious move that the white will do. I think so, that white will do. Rook e d1. Okay, until Stavroula is taking her time on the, or she's going to
She's
play.
going to play, I guess.
Okay, let's take a look then.
We are waiting the move from Stavroula, 23 minutes. She has to make 16 more moves in 23 minutes, so at some point
Actually
she needs to
17.
speed up. Yeah.
Chile 17. Or not. Wait a sec. Rook d2. Yes, 16. Rook e d1, as it was expected. Tough position for Alexandra.
It is very tough tournament for Alexandra.
Yes, very
Just round
heavy.
7 was so heartbreaking for her to lose the end game against Assaubayeva with a beautiful knight sacrifice.
The beautiful
And already at that time she was quite having quite heavy tournament.
Okay, it seems like Alexandra will take the time. Next board, Vaishali against Assaubayeva. Vaishali has 12 minutes with 23 moves to do. Not sure about queen c7. Yeah, engine suggests d5 here. d5 gonna be very interesting move, and mostly with this time on the clock to play d5 is very nice. E takes d5, knight b takes d5, knight takes d5, and queen takes d5. That's a very interesting line. Knight f3 and queen c6.
Vaishali
plays
queen,
bishop h4.
bishop h4.
Oh. The engine suggests knight a4, that origin idea that we were talking about. Knight takes a4, b takes a4. Now if queen takes a6, there will be queen takes c2. Now e4 pawn is also hanging, and on rook c1, definitely black will capture on c1. Take. King h2 and rook fc8 with a clear advantage for black. As to rooks, much stronger here than the queen. So another option on knight a4, take on a4. Take on a4 is kind of force, and then c3 maybe, but then queen b6. King h1 and queen takes b2. Queen takes a6, rook takes c3. Queen takes a4 and rook c2. Quite interesting game. Could be, but for that Vaishali definitely needs the time. She needs the time to think, and she has
11 minutes only, wow.
Yeah. Let's see if Bibisara will play knight a4. What else could be here? So for example, what's going on rook fd8? Also a possible move. And maybe she will do this move, as it is quite safe and solid, and to don't make the position clear, to make Vaishali think more.
Yeah, that's going to be a good strategy, actually, to complicate the position, not to simplify, not to trade too many pieces. Bibisara, I think she knows all these tricks there and here, how to trick the opponents. She is actually quite good at blitz and rapid time control.
Let's go to the next board, Sarasadat against Dzagnidze Nana. Dzagnidze Nana decided to play in this position f6 and not rook g6, which our engine does not love. It says rook g6 was much better. And maybe yes, because f6, after f6 there is a target and the object to attack for white anytime with e5. Here Sarasadat played rook ac1, and rook d3 is the most obvious move here that the black can do. And
yeah,
yes,
this bishop from a4 is controlling so well the d1 square, so white can't really try to fight for the d file. So that's what is black's idea here, to build up the pair of bishop advantage, rook's advantage on the opened d file. Yeah,
it will be a tough game for Sarasadat, as That's only two result is expected here. This is draw or black wins, because white actually has no game to create anywhere, any counter play. E5 needs support, and f4 is not possible because of rook takes e4. The next move for black is absolutely clear. They will move the queen on d7 to increase the power on d file, and it's very interesting that Javakhishvili, Lela, and Muzychuk still continued playing. Queen d3, and Lela just went king g1. Oh, maybe they already, yes, they already ended up.
They just finished, because
They
we saw
just finished,
them
yes,
walking away. First game in the round 9
First
has
game and
finished.
draw.
Surprise, surprise.
The interesting things happening in the game. Muzychuk, Mariya Kashlinskaya, Alina. So we are considering knight e6 move, and she didn't play that. On this moment she captured on e4, capture, and knight b3 instead of knight e6. Rook e1, knight c5, rook d4, and queen c8. The position step by step goes to the equal. But I love black's pawn structure, of course.
Knight on
It's very
c5
nice,
also looks
and
really
knight on
nice. The
c5.
pawn is hanging on a4, knight e6 is hanging still. That's a beautiful threat. Mariya Muzychuk to make the move.
What about taking on b5?
Yeah, takes, but then the rook is also an open file. Something like rook h2 will be another move that black can easily play.
And rook d5. Okay, of course white has big chances to equalize, but still, obviously the position is slightly better for black. Okay, Kosteniuk Alexandra on the first board, still thinking after rook ed1, and she just made the move. What is that move? Bishop b8. She made bishop b8. This is actually the first line of the engine. But still, advantage is clear for white. Even in the case they capture on d7, capture on d7, and knight d5. That knight is forever there.
Yeah. c5 pawn is hanging, so you can't easily move the knight on e5. Well, very difficult. You can do this, or you can do actually a4 with the same idea as we saw earlier.
a4 also makes sense.
a4, a5. I also like very much h4 move, h4,
h4, yes, h4.
So many
seems
options
like
in this position.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
That on take on d2, take on d2, and on knight d7 to play h5. And we have here the beautiful line that the engine showing us, g5 and queen e2.
If you check, then queen d4 and rook d7.
Yes, and queen g4 is coming anyway, so on taking here, queen g4, queen g7 to trade the queens. Queen takes g7, king takes g7, take on d7, king h6. That's a crazy line. Bishop takes f6 and rook takes e4. The big advantage for white because they take on b7 also. And yes, this is kind of decisive advantage. So h4 makes sense. This is very technical move.
Love it. Love this move.
When the opponent is waiting that you're gonna attack or capture something
somewhere. I would play h4 rather. Like a4 is more committed move because
Yes.
you are weakening b3 pawn. But moves like h4, king to g2 even, just this king is so safe there to open up the h1 square for the rook. This kind of moves are burning so much time from the opponent's clock.
Yes. And we have the new move, Vaishali against Assaubayeva. Assaubayeva Bibisara played knight h7. which is not actually the best option. We are considering rook fd8 here or knight a4. Instead of that, knight h7. So now Vaishali could take on e7, queen takes e7, and move the knight from the d file to target the d6 pawn. Here the position seems equal.
The knight goes on e3 and then d5, and when white's knight gets on d5, the knight will control center, queenside, and kingside as
Bibisara
well.
is trying to be too safe. I have this feeling.
Oh, Vaishali did not play bishop e7. She played bishop to f2. I actually like this move too, because you're keeping this bishop on e7. You're threatening somewhere to capture the knight on b6. For the moment, the king is on d1, so it's a check. But you're keeping the pieces on the board.
Yeah, knight h7 was kind of unlucky move. Not the best option for black. Next we have Sarah Hadem against Dzagnidze Nana, as we are saying queen d7. This is a move that Nana played. And now white has a chance to push e5. Let's take a look what's going on there. F takes e5. Bishop takes e5. Rook takes a3. Yeah, maybe that sacrificing makes sense. Maybe that sacrificing makes sense as the dark square bishops start working now. And we can push a little bit more with h4. Definitely white has the compensation. Here the bishop on e5 gonna be quite strong piece. So e5 makes sense. It makes sense. Let's see. Sarah will take the time here for sure. And for now we have no more moves, no more new moves. All of them are thinking.
Yep, and very soon we'll reach the time pressure on the clock in every game actually. So we're gonna have some of the beautiful actions that we all like to have. And Nana Dzagnidze using her opponent's time and thinking in this position because in some of the rounds she actually missed the win because of lack of the time on the clock.
Yes. In a lot of games, by the way, Nana had that trouble with the time, with the good position. With the advantage, we're doing some mistakes in the time trouble. Oh, and Assaubayeva went back with the knight. She played knight f6.
Do you think Vaishali will play bishop h4 here?
Could be.
I think she should play. The time situation, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
For
time
next
trouble.
19 moves. I mean, she should go
and
for it.
But the position by itself, it is, I mean, not better for white. It's not advantage. And it seems like Assaubayeva Bibisara is absolutely okay with draw.
Do you think she will repeat? She was looking at the other game as well.
Wow.
Yeah. The last round dramas are always interesting. Well, in the game of Mariya Muzychuk and Alina Kashlinskaya, anything can happen. So Bibisara cannot be safe here to make a draw.
Yes, that's true.
If she wants to win the gold medal.
Yes, Kashlinskaya Alina definitely could win that game against Mariya Muzychuk. So one more time, let's take a look at their board. So this is a position with almost equal time on the clock. And definitely not the worst position for black here. Let's take a look at Tsolakidou also. After bishop b8, she starts thinking, and now she has 16 minutes for 15 moves. Oh, she's taking quite much time. h4. We think that the h4 is definitely the best move here.
Yeah, and most like that are not only just for attacking, but they are also easy to make, and you are winning time. But if you convert so much time from your clock, then you'll not get too much on the clock. It's only 30 seconds increment.
Stavroula definitely feels that that's a best chance for her to win this game and get in the top 3. I think she will get in the top 3 with a.
If she wins, she
guarantees. Actually, I wanted to say that she guarantees that, and she has the chances to be even first. So everything is on the table. The position with advantage. But she has to take care about the time, definitely.
Stavroula. Yeah, she actually likes to spend some time. Quite some time,
and somehow
actually.
we have the same situation where everybody is thinking again. No more moves, and Vaishali is taking her time. She already has less than 6 minutes on the clock. Oh, they repeated couple times, Keti.
Oh.
They already repeated couple times. So after move 17, that is what happening.
Wait, wasn't it already?
It's already it's already 3 times.
Wait
repetition.
A second. Let's do it again. So from here.
So this is
Bishop h4. Second time.
And third
Second.
time.
Yeah, third.
So while knight f6, Assaubayeva, I think she could ask for draw.
And after bishop h4, can Vaishali also stop the clock?
Yes. That's why she's thinking. I mean, so it means that that's it.
Yeah, she'll do it. Yeah, sure. When you're thinking so much time, then you don't want to play it with 2 minutes
she
or
can
1
do
minute.
the move. She can do the move, last move on the 1 second on the clock. Just ask for draw.
She doesn't need to do the move. She just needs to write it down and stop the clock.
So she can stop the clock on 1 second. No, this is it. Yeah, offer draw.
And just imagine if Bibisara says like no. She can play the move and she can say no. You guys, this is not the save. If you want to make a draw and there is a repetition, just write it down.
Okay,
and offer
so
a
it
draw.
seems Bibisara guaranteed the place in top 3.
She has 5.5.
What a heavy tournament with a 5.5.
I
She
mean,
could be the gold medal.
With 5.5, I was like losing so much rating.
So we have second draw here. Oh, quite decisive decision from Muzychuk Mariya. She played a5, which is actually connected to the engine. It is actually the bad move. And it seems that Kashlinskaya Alina has a good chances to win this game. 96. Rook d4 is the only move. And just queen b7 to open up the way for the a8 rook to stay on d8. And it's absolutely unclear what the white rooks are doing on e file, right? As the knight on e6 is just tapping everything. Rook a d8 and bishop c5. I love Alina's position here after knight e6. And Alina could win the tournament by winning this game.
Yeah, she just needs to look at her. She just gave us very short glance to the other result, and now she knows that in case of winning the game, she is the champion.
Oh, and here Tsolakidou Stavroula is taking again too much. She already had 10 minutes, has 10. Oh, that's too much. That's too much of spending the time. Wow, that's a little bit unexpected. Yeah. 10 minutes for 15 moves.
And she doesn't look like she's in rush to make the move.
Yeah. And Sarah Hadem played the move, as we see on the video. She played f4. Oh my god. Oh no, wait a sec. Rook takes e4? Wait, what?
What? It's a blunder?
This is a huge blunder.
Oh no.
That's a huge blunder that the Nana Dzagnidze has a chance now to use it as after
Wait, will she play this?
D7.
Of course, yeah.
Rook takes e1. And what's going on if the rook... Oh, wait, I just don't understand what's here. So this... just take on d7. So engine...
I think she's going to play that. Look at...
Yeah, she'll do that.
Oh,
of
no.
Course. Of course she'll do that.
Oh no, Sarah Hadem struggling for this in this tournament.
Oh my god.
There was a
huge blunder, huge
blunder.
Yes, and the engine somehow evaluates this position as +3.5 for black. So it means that that endgame is just losing. So bishop takes e1, bishop takes d7, rook c3, rook d1, king f1 or king f2, and king f7. The black is winning another pawn here also. Bishop e6 and rook d4 is just unstoppable. So black will be 2 pawns up. So Nana Dzagnidze is going to win this game. Oh, such a huge blunder, huh?
You can take it back.
Oh, and Tsolakidou Stavroula played f3. Somehow it was not the time for f3.
She was too worried about the pawn on e4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like f moves like f6 or f3. And the other game, f4 with Sarah, was also... You have to be very careful.
Now Alexandra could play easily rook e d8. She has a time now for that. So one more time, take a look at Sarah Hadem and Nana Dzagnidze after rook takes. Oh, that's definitely a huge blunder, yeah. Seems like with this victory, Nana Dzagnidze will improve her position in the tournament quite much.
That is true, actually. At this moment, Mariya Muzychuk has 5 points. Bibisara Assaubayeva has 5.5. Wait, she's playing? No, she finished, yeah. Oh, for the moment, I thought that she was still playing. And Nana, if she wins...
Does she have any chance to get in top 3? That's quite interesting. Actually...
There's a chance to share the top places. And in case of share, they're sharing the prizes and the points as well.
Yeah. Okay, and Kashlinskaya Alina made the move. Let's take a look. What did she do? And I have no move now on the screen. It seems like she played 96. That's a correct move. So how many points Mariya Muzychuk has? Could you remind it to me, please?
Mariya has 4.5 points.
4.5. And Kashlinskaya has 5. And in case of winning, she will be the champion.
Exactly.
Rook e4 was a quick answer from Mariya Muzychuk. Now just simple queen b7 with rook a d8 later and then bishop c5. I feel like it will be a very long game.
I have the same feeling. Actually, this game will go to the second part of the process, as they will reach 40 moves rather fast. On the screen, we can see Sarah Hadem still thinking. She just blundered a pawn, and that's the very important pawn. Stavroula has a slightly better position, as well as Alina Kashlinskaya.
Yes, it is.
But still, they are using some time. They have more or less 20 minutes on the clock. So guys, this is our final break for today, and by the time we're back, we're gonna have actually more exciting position and less time on the clock. So you don't want to miss the last round and the final scores of the Women's FIDE Grand Prix here in Tbilisi. Don't go anywhere, because we will be back shortly. This is FIDE Women's Grand Prix in Tbilisi, last round, and we do have 2 games down, 3 games in progress. So far, we still don't know who will win the competition. Bibisara Assaubayeva is waiting her concurrent to finish her match, and then we will know actually will be Bibisara who will stay Grand Prix, or maybe Alina Kashlinskaya.
Maybe let's start with Alina
Yes,
Kashlinskaya's game. Here we have it where Alina has quite a big advantage after g4. Yes, it seems it's the last. Yes, Queen d7. She already did, and what was the answer?
G3.
King g3. Oh, after bishop c5, which seems very natural, the evaluation of the position is -3. So it means that decisive advantage for Kashlinskaya Alina. And seems like she feels that. She feels that.
She knows that. The idea is that after bishop c5,
Rook d2.
Rook d2 and bishop
rook
f2.
d2.
And that's it.
Yes.
All right, she's dipping. I also like very much her time management. She has 17 minutes, still 4 moves to go, and
yes,
very good position. Yeah, I think she says that.
So she won last 2 rounds, right? And she's winning another one?
Incredible.
Wow.
Incredible, really.
Wow.
Started a little bit low at the biggest, slow, a little bit beginning, like for instance round 1 was a draw, then round 2 was a draw as well. Then we had again draw for her. Round 4, draw again. So she was drawing all the time, and then
She did not lose any single game.
No.
No. That's a main point.
That's the key. That's the key of winning the tournament.
And she's going to play both of the moves, rook d2 or bishop c5, and she did bishop c5. That was quite natural, obvious move. So after rook d2, the problem is that if white blocks that with rook e2, then rook d3 appears. So Mariya is in a big trouble.
There's also something like bishop d4 when you play whatever, rook e2 or whatever. There's bishop to d4 and
queen
going
takes
after.
d2? I think that rook is hanging in case of rook d2, rook
No,
e2.
no, no.
bishop
After rook e2, bishop d4 right away.
I said rook e2 on rook d2 when the black will play rook d2.
I thought in here, because
Yeah.
the threat is rook d2, and if you stop that happening, then black will go bishop d4
Yes,
and
that's
bishop
sure.
e5.
For example, if the white plays b3, rook d2 and rook on e2, there is rook d3, and then that pawn is hanging. Another option may be what, h4, and on rook d2 to play rook e2. Still rook d3, queen c2 and queen d5. Black is completely dominating here. Rook could not move on the second rank because of queen takes e4.
Wow, look at that.
Yes.
Rook blunder.
And if the rook moves on e1, there will be rook d2 again with tempo. Yeah, the very tough position for white. And also, you know that the last 4 moves, or how many moves to do? Yes, 4 moves, it will not be so easy in 6 minutes even. For white, as the position is very tough. So I mean that even if there is half an hour on the clock, it will be tough to play here with white. But with the 6 minutes, yeah, decisive advantage for black.
Wow, this is the moment when your heart cannot beat normally.
Yeah.
You can see Alina.
Yeah, she's very
blushing
close.
a little bit.
This is it. Everything is in her
she knows
hands.
it. Oh my gosh, look at this for minutes. Very important. Very important. And if she wins this game and she wins the tournament, this will be her one of the biggest victories. She has become the European individual women's champion, but this is another big victory.
Yes, That's another one. And not the less than the European Championship. And we see Mariya is not happy with her position, of course. Also, time, you know, she has about 4 minutes already on the clock.
That's
Let's
right.
keep an eye on that game, right? And then later we can go to another games where actually nothing has changed too much.
Three minutes and 50 seconds for Mariya. Okay, it's still 3 minutes. We have somehow the different time on the clock.
Oh, let's take a look at Stavroula's game with Alexandra Kosteniuk, where it seems that in this position Stavroula played knight d5, which is absolutely equalizing the position. Oh, so it means that she's okay to do draw. Yeah. And that's it. This position and this game will be the draw for sure now. Instead of knight d5, here engine suggests queen d2 with the advantage for white. Definitely it's an advantage as a black king is not safe. The white queen and the rook is well placed as a knight also. But we have what we have. We have this position on the board now. Alexandra captures on d5 and it goes to the queen's endgame where the position is absolutely equal. Yeah, that's gonna be draw. Next board, Sarasadat against Dzagnidze, where Dzagnidze Nana is up for 2 pawns. So, and what the seconds we have on the, what?
Sar has 10 minutes and 57 seconds.
Ah,
It's
I
10
thought
minutes.
it was just the seconds left. So yeah, 10 minutes is much more than enough in this position to do just 2 moves. The position is just winning. I mean, doing the comments on this, I mean, any move could be done here with black. Black is just 2 pawns up in the rook's endgame. So yeah, it's very difficult to imagine any troubles for black in this position.
Probably king e6 is the most natural to
Yeah,
activate
sure,
the
sure.
king, bring in the
And
center.
here we have Muzychuk Mariya after bishop c5, still thinking.
Oof, down
No,
to 2 minutes.
she did the move, and that move is rook 1 to e2. Then rook d3 and queen d5, as we already said, rook d3 and queen d5. Is attacking white more. And it is so natural, you know, just to improve the position of the rook and the queen.
Can she also do rook to d1 here?
Then it will be king g2. And actually no big point of keeping the rook on d1. D3 is quite natural and quite powerful. There is no queen c1, definitely, because of rook d1, and that's it. So queen c2 is forced, and then just queen d5. And you know what? Here it's very difficult to find out any single move for white to do. Because, for example, if they will do something like h4, then there is rook takes e5 threat.
And bishop d6, right?
Rook takes e5, and in that case, just queen f3.
Queen f3.
King h2, and just a checkmate. So, rook takes e5 is a threat. How to stop it? Just physically, how to stop rook takes e5? Playing bishop g2 or what? Then anyway. Then it's anyway, and then your idea, bishop d6.
Alina, she's trying
Alina
to
is
make
going
the
to
move.
do that. Yes, of
Rook to
course.
d3.
Here we are. Queen c2 will be the
Wow.
immediate answer.
What the form of Alina Kashlinskaya in this tournament. She's just like very stable.
Yes. And now queen d5, the last move to do to create the hugest trouble.
These two games are actually the most important right now. Also, Nana's game is very important.
And queen d5, here we are.
Yeah,
She
yeah,
played
she
queen
knows it.
d5. Now it's a moment where Mariya has a huge troubles. And 2 minutes on the clock. 2 minutes on the clock to do 2 moves.
I like the posture of Alina. Look at that.
Yeah, now she's
Very strong.
fully focused. Focused for 1000%.
Yeah, not
Yes, such a
100.
chance, such a chance. She will not miss that chance, I think so. Maybe Sarah Hadem already resigned. I like to see if Nana Dzagnidze and Sarah Hadem, yes, they are still sitting there. King e6 was last move in this position. I don't have it yet on the screen, but we see on the video Nana Dzagnidze played king d6, and we have king g2.
King g2 has been played.
Muzychuk, Mariya, Kashlinskaya, Alina. King g2, are you sure? Yes. King g2. Then just rook takes e5. I mean, here we
No
are.
problem.
Here we are. Oh. Yeah, it's just losing. Just losing. The last move to do, rook e5, which is actually ending up the game. And she'll do that,
She's
of course.
going for it.
Now she's super confident. Yep. There is half step left to be the champion for Alina. Wow, excellent performance, mostly on the second part of the tournament.
And do you remember this game against Stavroula where she was completely winning, but then she blundered this one move,
Yes.
rook to e4?
Rook takes e4.
Yeah, she could even win that game.
Yes. Yeah, she was quite solid for the whole tournament.
Yeah, very solid.
I don't remember any game where she was
Worse,
losing
yeah.
or even worse. Oh, there is one more move to do until the first control for Mariya Muzychuk.
1 minute and 10 seconds.
Yes. Oh. And queen c1. Now f5 is the last great move. But it's not easy to do, actually. To play f5 is not so easy. What about just simple taking on e4? What is the worry about that? Because in case of f takes e4, there is queen d4, just game over. So white is forced to capture with the rook. In that case, rook d2 check. Now white could not play rook e2 because there will be queen d4 still. So white has to play bishop e2. And then that queen d3.
Wow, nice move. pinning everything. Yeah, Alina has to make final move, right?
I think she'll take on e4. It's the easiest move. I don't think that it's necessary to play the engine f5 here. Why what for?
The game of Tsolakidou and Kosteniuk is still in progress, but we don't have much of the updates here. Looks like equal position.
Yeah, black can play g5 also. It's just difficult to imagine where the white could create any troubles here. For example, on queen f5 there is even king g8 enough, or king g7, or king f8. I mean, any move, white just could not improve. So, for example, this one also works. And what this engine suggests here for white is king f1. So it means that there is just no way to improve.
Yeah.
Sarasadat against Dzagnidze. Nana, okay, the position is completely losing. c4, of course, definitely Nana will push her pawns. I think here Sarasadat will resign soon because there is actually nothing much to do.
Also, the king is cut from the file, so
Rook
she
a7.
tries with rook a8 or 7.
a7, I think so. Attacking the h7 pawn. Here, black would play even h6 to don't give that pawn, and then later play king d5. And this is what happened. h6. The next is king d5.
Yeah, king d5, king c5, and those pawns are simply unstoppable.
Yeah. And quite advanced already. Rook c7 or rook b7? I can't see it. I think it's rook c7. It's rook c7. Yeah, just king d5.
b5 also works.
b5 I just mean, but okay. Okay. Still, even this is possible then. This, and just push the pawn.
Yeah.
It's just unstoppable. Anything is winning here. But I still think that Nana will play king d5. Kashlinskaya Alina is still thinking, so we can keep this board or actually go to Tsolakidou Stavroula against Kosteniuk Alexandra. So after g4, Alexandra played king g7, h4. Okay, still it's not changing anything. Now queen b4 is a new resource here. Yes, here is nothing much to
And two more moves to make until the increment.
Yeah. So here Kashlinskaya is still thinking, as we already said. Or she did the move.
She did the move. She took the rook on e4. Mariya recaptured back with the rook.
Yes, and 14 moves over. Now Alina will take a time or not. I mean, there is no needs. Rook d2 check, definitely. This is what we are considering. Now it will be immediate answer with bishop e2. And Alina went away to have a rest a little bit after such a tough game and the first time control of 14 moves. Bishop e2 is forced, as we already said, as on rook e2 there is queen d4, and queen g1 is just unstoppable. There is checkmate hanging, does not matter f4 or h4, there will be queen g1 check and then just take on e2. Just winning. So bishop e2 is forced, but Mariya is still thinking what to play. What could she consider here? Maybe king h, no, king h1, rook d1, so, or not. King h1, rook d1, rook e8 check, king, yeah, there is, I mean, no point of those checks, just g6. Yeah, there is no point of checking that.
After queen c3, you just take the bishop with a check.
Just a check, and then
king
bishop
f2,
d4 or
yeah.
queen d4 or a lot of ors there. Anything is winning. Okay, this is a moment where, okay, Mariya of course can take the time. Now she has more than half an hour. Here, let's go to Sarasadat against Dzagnidze Nana.
Yep, Nana's thinking here. No, she
Nana
made the
did
move. B5.
And this is b5, yes.
Yeah, after rook c5, you can also do rook b6. And then king d6.
That's also, I mean, everything. Rook d5 maybe is just the easier way because you are just pushing the c pawn then. King d7 and then just push the c pawn, which is absolutely unstoppable. Kosteniuk Alexandra with black colors against Tsolakidou Stavroula. We don't have that game on the screen. Hope they are still playing. Yes, they are still playing. h5, the move that Alexandra did, so I think they will agree on draw soon.
Mariya Muzychuk made the move, bishop to a2.
As here for white, I mean, they can fix the draw anyway, but any time with d6. D6 and then just take on b7.
But
So
I have a feeling that white is the one who is pushing here.
yes,
which
but no
doesn't want.
resources at all. I mean, where? How? Maybe she just want to do that 14 moves and then take a new look at the position and to make the decision later, as there is no resources to improve the position at all. On the same time, white has to be careful also, because in case of trading the queens, the pawn's endgame could be winning for black.
Because of the farther passed pawn,
Yeah,
potential passed pawn.
I think it's time to play d6 already. Nope. Queen f5.
Going after h5 pawn.
No, queen e5 is making sense. Queen e5 is a move that makes sense. Usually when somebody is going to the pawn's endgame, he has to calculate it till the end, but now we can say directly that it will not be losing for black for sure, the pawn's endgame. So Alexandra could easily play queen e5. I'm sure there will be another moves also. Oh, queen c5 is not good. No, queen c5 is not good. The evaluation is changing here as the white is
Hiding
gaining
the king after king
yes,
g2.
and gaining the h5 pawn. What about a move like king h6? Also trouble. Oh my god. Queen f4 and d6. Wow, it seems like queen e5 has to be done. Wow. And it's a 40th move. It's a 40th move. There is 3.5 minutes for Alexandra, and now even less.
Okay, very important last move before move 40. Alexandra, but it's so easy to go through with these moves, king h6 and king queen c5 to eliminate.
Yes. Let's take a look at Sarasadat against Lela Javakhishvili. She did rook d3.
And Alina
is
plays
doing, yes.
queen to d3. Wow, very strong.
This is a position for Nana Dzagnidze. Now she has to play rook d5 or first check again and then rook d5. Rook d3 check was actually just an additional move. Or what did she do? We just don't see. Is she giving up the b5 pawn? Or it is rook on d5 already?
Oh, and the handshake. What's
so
that?
She played
I
rook
saw
d5.
king d7.
Yes, rook d5 was
Rook
in the
d5,
game. Rook
rook
c6
c6.
and king d7. That's a final position where Nana Dzagnidze won her game.
That makes her ending the tournament with 5 points.
Wait a sec.
Wow.
Kosteniuk Alexandra plays queen c5 check.
Yeah, king g2 looks very natural move, and there's no more checks.
Okay, still very big chances to do the draw. But it's kind of extra headache for black. It's gonna be a long game, Keti. It's gonna be the long game now.
Stavroula just wrote down her last move and
Yeah, Stavroula is not risking anything.
left the board.
Oh, queen c5.
Let's take a look at the game of Muzychuk, Mariya, and Kashlinskaya.
Yeah, here is actually nothing much to watch. After queen d3, that bishop is hanging on, and on the move like queen e1, black can answer with just g6. And then king g7. What about queen c2? Also possible. I mean, queen c2 and just take on
Yeah.
b2.
I also like before with the idea of creating
What about
pawn.
taking immediately? Also possible.
Everything.
I mean, everything is possible. Yeah, it's
just
just
take
a
it
winning,
as-
but it will not end up soon. Now the opponent will take the time.
Oh, Alexandra is taking her time now. I think she'll understand the difficulty of the position right now.
Yes.
The pawn on h5 is hanging. Queen d7 is coming. Queen e6 is coming. So she'll take this time, as
Yeah.
well as Alina, I guess.
No, she does not have to miss the chance to push the queen side pawns. I mean, she has just to push a5, b5 to create the counterplay on the queen side. Still, it
Yeah.
has to be draw, but it was a little bit easier earlier to play queen e5 for black.
That's true. So for this moment, I think we can just take a short break and come back when we have moves updated and when the player starts to make some moves after 40 moves and the increment
Yes,
of
usually
half an
they are
hour.
taking a time after the first control.
Right, see you guys in the last part of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix Tbilisi. This is the last round and you don't want to miss the last two games. We just witnessed the end of the game between Stavroula and Kosteniuk. One last game and the most important game in progress. Alina Kashlinskaya against Mariya Muzychuk is still happening right now. We're going to take a look shortly at that position. At this point, Bibisara has 5.5, and then we have a lot of participants with 5 points ahead. If Stavroula wins the game, if Alina Kashlinskaya wins the game against Mariya Muzychuk, she will be the winner of the first Grand Prix
And
leg.
the second place automatically goes to Bibisara Assaubayeva.
That's right. So let's take a look at the board and check it out what is happening.
That's a decisive advantage for black. The game is almost over. Rook b1 is just unstoppable. Rook b1 is just unstoppable.
Right. We might have a resignation here.
Yes.
There is no way for Mariya Muzychuk to trick the
There
opponent.
is nothing to do here. The only trick I found out is g6, take this, but even here is nothing happening. Bishop c4 check and king f8. Okay. So after c2, Mariya played queen c3. Now just rook b1, as we said. And in case of queen takes c2, there will be rook g1 check. Now if the king goes on h2, there is rook h1. Nice tactics. And on king f4 there, okay, the king starts dancing in the center. Definitely it could not survive. Queen e4, then queen d2 check. Okay, and on rook e4, there is bishop d6 checkmate happening there. And she's going to play rook b1. What a nice performance she's showing up. Yeah,
Powerful. Oof. Yeah, she's going
easily, like she's not heavy at all. I mean, she's just super focused and doing the excellent moves each time. Yeah, after rook b1, as we already said, the game is just over.
Yeah, the threat is to promote the pawn on c1.
Just to promote. So I think if Mariya wants to continue, she will just take on c2.
She sees the checkmate.
Yeah, there is nothing else to do. And after taking on c2, we already showed after rook g1, there's nothing much to do. Yes. That's an over, and we have, I mean, we already could say that we have the champion. We have a champion. I don't think anything unexpected could happen here with Kashlinskaya Alina, which is doing excellently in this tournament. Yeah, there is no more moves.
Things can't go wrong here. The pawn is about to queen.
It's only two options, so resign or take on c2. Yeah.
Oh, I think she'll take the pawn on c2.
Mariya has 4.5 points. Right?
Mariya has 4.5. I can go through to the points actually. Bibisara has 5.5. Anna Muzychuk, Nana Dzagnidze, Stavroula Tsolakidou has 5 points. Then we have Mariya Muzychuk with 4.5. We have Kosteniuk with 3.5 points, as well as Javakhishvili and Sarasadat.
And she took on c2. It's interesting. On rook g1, she will play king f4 or king h2.
King f4.
Because on king h2 there is rook h1. King could not capture because of the checkmate. And if king goes on g3, then there is queen h3 check. King f4, queen h2
Oh, she's going
check.
queen. Queen d6 check.
Instead of rook g1? Queen C7 check.
Queen C7.
That also makes sense. Okay, and Bishop F2. That's actually the
That's
easiest
even
way.
better, yeah.
Easiest way to end off the game. Bishop F2, the discovered check is hanging. King H3, King G2 is both of them checkmate, immediate checkmate.
I think Alina couldn't wait to have the resignation, and she will win the first leg of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024. Wow.
Well done. Well done for Alina. Great. Yeah. Here we're gonna have the resignation. No, don't stand up, please.
Oh no, she cannot wait.
Okay, we can understand that. It's absolutely
Can't wait.
understandable. Wow, well done, and our congratulations to Alina.
Yeah. What a game, starting from the beginning until the end.
She did
Strong
excellent.
performance.
Great. Yep. There's just no moves to do. On King H3 there is Rook H1 check, and on King G2 Queen H2 checkmate. And she played F4.
Plays F4, not giving up.
F4 here we have Bishop F2 definitely. King takes F2 and Queen takes E2.
Check on E8 and King H7.
And even the bishop is pinned. Here we are.
And here we have a handshake, and Alina Kashlinskaya is
Champion
the winner
of the
of the
first stage.
FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024-2025. Congratulations to Alina Kashlinskaya.
Great tournament for her, and the end of the tournament was just amazing.
Powerful play by Alina, who represents Poland for past 2 years. Wow, this has been really strong performance from Alina. Last 3 games were just, look at her.
Oh
Wow, look at that big smile. And here we go, Alina Kashlinskaya winning the Women's Grand Prix 2024 with
So this
6
is the final
points.
standing.
It's final points. Second place goes to Bibisara Assaubayeva with 5.5 points. We have 3 players, Tsolakidou, Dzagnidze, and Muzychuk with 5 points. We have Mariya Muzychuk with 4.5. We have Vaishali Kosteniuk with 4 points. Lela Javakhishvili collected 3.5 points, and Sarasadat 2.5. This is
Congratulations to
actually
the winners.
This is actually the wrap of a tournament. Round 9 was actually slow, quite slow, but seems like it was a successful day for the black colors. So Dana Dzagnidze and Alina Kashlinskaya, they both won with black pieces. It's not an easy task to play the last round with black
That's
pieces,
true.
but they did not really mind to win that games. Wow. Let's summarize the whole tournament. The winner actually gets 130 Grand Prix points. Second place will get 105 points. So there are the Grand Prix points for all the places, and even the 10th place is getting 10 Grand Prix points. It is crucial for the participants, 20 participants, to collect as much as Grand Prix points, because first 2 best players will qualify to the candidates tournament.
That's amazing.
Wow, what a run. Valerie, let's summarize the whole event in total.
That was quite tough tournament, and mostly I still have to pay my attention that there was a lot of draws in the tournament. A lot of draws. It means that players were almost the same level. Some of them were on the better conditions, and we have the winners in the end. So thank them to participate in this tournament, which was in Georgia, Tbilisi, and thank you also to watching us.
Thank you, guys. Alina Kashlinskaya is the winner of the FIDE Grand Prix in Tbilisi, Georgia. more Grand Prix ahead of us. 5 similar events will happen throughout 2024 and 2025. So I hope all the participants gonna have a good tournament, and then last tournament will be the accumulated points, and the best 2 players will go to the candidates. So let the best one win the tournament indeed. All right, guys, it's time to say final goodbye from us. We will not meet each other tomorrow, but that's okay. We'll definitely meet each other for the other events. And yeah, thanks very much for watching. Thank you, Valerie, as well. And yeah, bye.
Bye.
In that moment, we were only 15 countries who signed the constitution of FIDE, and the FIDE has grown up until 195 countries. It's really a global dimension now for the FIDE, and I want to congratulate FIDE for this success.
It's very important to be part of the ceremony. It's a historic occasion. It only comes along every century. So we were happy that we were able to take part. In part, we were able to take part because chess has been so much more successful recently, so that 5 years ago we couldn't have come, but now we can.
For 100 years, Marc Nicolai signed this document, and it's a very important moment for Switzerland also to be part of it, and for me, myself also, of course. And I think FIDE has done a great job 100 years ago now, and has a future where it can also transmit chess in the society, in social work, in other domains, not only in competition. So I think it's a great time to go on, to go for the future.
Zara. His clock is ticking. How will you respond to Igor's first move while ready to win?
Who's gonna swim across the channel? I'm a strong swimmer. Who's gonna swim across the channel? Why did you wonder? You say a lighthouse. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.